We're back.
Objection!
Legend of Sundays again. We finished Ocarina. We finished Link to the Past last week, and we're doing Ocarina of Time. And we are playing the Ship of Harkinian recompilation port for PC, which is why we have native widescreen and 60 FPS. It's quite nice. This is a save file I had previously been doing. I've played a reasonable amount of it. We will be doing a new save file. Also, something I think is of personal interest, menus controllable with the D-pad. Not in the original game. Headset, hold targeting, yeah, it's fine. So, real quick, let's take a look at what we have set up here. The enhancements that I think are the most important things to demonstrate before we start. Autosave, remember last save location, not hugely important for the stream. Able to pull graves during the day, Dampy appears all night, exit the market at night, which is, I think, a feature that was added in the 3DS version. Gold Skull Tula counts, it'll tell you how many you've got, with saying Gold Skull Tula, pieces of heart containers, yada yada. You can just leave the fishing hole without having to give back the fishing rod, and they'll take the fishing rod from you. The default response to Kippora Gabora is always, don't talk to me anymore. Let's see, speed ups, turn off these. Holding down B to skip text, good. Text speed faster, slower text speed also faster. These are great for replaying through the game. That's right, Flame. Welcome in. Let's see. Skip bottle pickup messages. That's okay. Skip consumable item messages. That's okay. Skip child stealth. We won't do that for the sake of the stream. Everything else, I think, is fine. Chests open faster. Fair enough. You know what? I'm going to turn this off. Faster block lift. Fine with that. Ship and the Shadow Temple, that's fine. Empty bottles faster, that's fine. King's Aura goes, like, just moves faster, fine. Climbing, pushing blocks, crawling faster. Graphics. Let's see. Disable level of detail, so all characters, like all objects use the higher poly models. 3D dropped items, we'll see this. If you've played Ocarina of Time before, you'll notice a bunch of this stuff in the game. Animated link in the pause menu, gauntlets appear in first person. Colour the Temple of Time medallions. Apparently this was an early idea that was scrapped before release. Dynamic wallet icon, which is something I thought Ocarina of Time had. It's a Majora's Mask feature. So the icon for your wallet is green all the way through. Majora's Mask is green. For your regular wallet, blue for the adult's wallet, red for the giant's wallet. Draw distance extended. Widescreen active culling. Fine. Kokiri draw distance. Kokiris disappear. Even in the original version, they disappear at distance, but the fairies stay active. It's a clear detail specifically for the Kokiri, because it doesn't happen to other people in, say, Goron City or Kakariko Village. Yes, you could do that. I'm not doing that. We're keeping the actual models the same. Items on the D-pad, assignable boots and tunic. Ocarina times are faster. Bunny Hood has the Majora's Mask effect of making you run faster. Mask's equipable as adult because the Ocarina of Time Redux ROM hack adds the Bunny Hood making you run faster. The issue is, by the time you can get the Bunny Hood, you're almost entirely done with Child Link, so it doesn't make a whole lot of difference. Making masks equipable as an adult, I think, works better. Stops mask from unequipping, select mask in inventory, any mask you've got. Prevent bomb chews from doing first person. Buy a 10-pack of bomb chews for 99 rupees, blah blah blah. Skip the magic arrow equip. Blue fire arrows, which lets ice arrows melt red ice. Sunlight arrows, which, again, I get confused whether or not this was a thing in original Ocarina of Time. It wasn't. It's Majora's Mask, where you can aim light arrows at sun switches on walls, and it'll activate them. So it adds that in. Hookshot reticle. Call the boomerang back. What do we got? Ganon's blood from the original release is red. Pulsating boss icon, which is nice. Deku not upgrade. Fixes. Various fixes, blah blah blah. Fixes Link's eyes opening when he's supposed to be asleep. You pay attention during the opening, and Link, when he's supposed to be asleep, you can see his eyes are open. No changes to difficulty, except always winning the Goron pot. The big pot in the center of Goron City requires when you throw a bomb in it, and when the bomb explodes, it requires a specific face being facing towards you to get the piece of heart. This just skips that, so you always get the piece of heart, regardless. Minigames. Let's see. Instantly win the Ocarina memory game. No interest in messing around with that. Bomb tube bowling. Remove the small cuckoo, but not the big cuckoo. And that's everything of value, I believe. So it's nice. No, he sleeps with both eyes open. I know you're doing Enter Sandman. I'm not playing along. Also includes randomizer. Which is like, it's just a really nice idea to just have the right randomizer in there. Here we go. Faster. Read it quickly or don't read it at all. How you doing, Flame? I think the 60 FPS looks weirdest on the horses so far from what I've seen. You can see it in the title screen as well when Epona rides past. Because they're not... The horses don't have that many frames of animation, so they look super jittery. You know what? I feel like Alien would be the most appropriate. Yeah, for the sake of the streak team. For the sake of the stream teak, all the cutscenes are enabled, but the text is going faster. Just pulse rivals and soldier cosmetics? And I suppose there aren't that many canonical aliens that would fill out the enemy roster. That's fair. How you doing, Teak? There's also a similar thing with just aliens generally, like... Overall, Alien as a franchise had 3 weapons. The pulse rifle, the flamethrower, and the smart gun. Clone Troopers makes a lot of sense. So it is odd seeing this in 60. Probably more so than it was seeing it on the 3DS in 30. Because the original game was 20, but it couldn't maintain that all the time. Fully controllable camera. Which is nice, but entirely unnecessary. I feel like we've all played this game enough to be entirely used to just the way the camera moves. You can see the rupees are the higher detail models that appear when you pick them up in cutscene. It's amazing how the resolution looks worse when viewed from the top. So I've got this, for the most part, set up for my standard N64 emulation setup. Where, like, going off Xbox buttons, Y is C left, Y is C left, B is C right, the right bumper is C down, which is based on how Ocarina of Time was set up on the GameCube. And then C up is set as the right thumbstick. You'd be amazed how well that works on a lot of Nintendo 64 games. But then we don't have the C button set to the right stick at all. Because that's set to control the camera. Sword! Sword caliber! Yes, he did. Animated Link. It's absolutely a fascinating thing. I think Ship of Harkinian has very quickly and very easily become, I think, undeniably the way to play Ocarina. He was in the GameCube release of Soul Calibur 2, which is why the GameCube release is generally the one people want, because your other options were Heihachi Mishima in the PS2 release or Spawn in the Xbox release. Yeah, I think Ship of Harkinian very quickly became the way to play this, especially now that it's gotten more mature as well. And especially, like you said earlier, like the option of texture packs and such. I don't think the remake that Nintendo has announced is going to have as much value. Like, for what it is. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you could have argued perhaps, like, the more item buttons on the 3DS, but with Ship of Harkinian giving you the option of mapping items to the D-pad, that gives you far more. And bearing in mind, Ship of Harkinian is available on so much. There was nobody in Soul Calibur 3. Soul Calibur 3 did not have a guest character. It's rumoured that they originally intended to have Dante from Devil May Cry. But Soul Calibur 3 is the only Soul Calibur game post-2, with, I think, the exception of Legends on the Wii, to not have a guest character. I mean, that's the question, isn't it, see? Because I did watch that teaser trailer, and they show nothing of the game. So, is it going to be another version of the original Ocarina of Time? Because Ocarina 3D is Ocarina of Time, again, just with cleaner graphics. Right, it was just PS2, and interesting thing, I only found out, I think, last year, Soul Calibur 3's arcade release didn't come out until after the PS2 release. And the arcade release has a bunch of improvements over the PS2 release. Soul Calibur 4 was the last one that had different guest characters per platform. I love climbing faster. It's my favourite thing. Like, there's so many little things in this that do, I think, exist in the Redux ROM hack that are really nice. That are still in this, like the carry, the climbing faster, and the pushing blocks faster, and they're just such good additions. That's fascinating, because I was under the impression that they had to rebuild it. Fun fact, I believe this supports gyro control. It does. Does my controller have gyro support? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Beautiful. And then this room is completely unnecessary. We have the original Gerudo symbol. Get up. Whee. Yeah, I think Ocarina 3D is a really good remake. Just having Ocarina of Time on a handheld system was a great thing anyway. The fact that it does look better, and especially that it runs better, is really nice. Yeah. You know, I would like to try and increase the FOV, because, like, as standard, sometimes it feels like it's a little too close. Like, this is fine. But there are times where it feels like it is a little too close for a widescreen game. Oh. Beautiful. The gyro aiming in Ocarina 3D is something that I didn't think I'd like, but I really do. I've never really vibed with gyro aiming for something like Splatoon. But I think it works really well in Ocarina 3D and Majora's Mask 3D. I think possibly because you're holding the system rather than like holding control. So when you move, like, you're looking at it and you're moving around with it, and I think it works better that way. And it is really good for quick, precise aiming. Yeah, I get that. And I think it's just something we're going to have to deal with. I'm okay with it. 3-1. I think you can add targeting reticles to the slingshot and the bow. I don't use them because I have played this game so much over the years that I know where to aim. And now, one of my favorite things. Oh, yeah. Much better. Never a bad idea to have another Deku stick this early. I'm probably not as good as I used to be. But there was a point where I could do this without properly trying. One of those things when you just play a game so much back at the time. So I think back to the Let's Play I did of Tony Hawk's Underground, and there's a few occasions in that where I don't look like I'm doing great, and I'm not. But there was a time where I beat that game on its hardest difficulty, and I was like, wow, how things have changed. One thing I do appreciate about Ship of Harkinian for remakes, not for remakes, for replays, is how you can set it up to just skip all the story stuff, which is wonderful. Because I think Ocarina of Time is undeniably the point where the Zelda series got too focused on having its story play out over the gameplay. So it's great the first time, but every other time you play it after that, it's kind of too slow a lot of the time. Here we go. Oh. I love that it detects the free roaming camera looking directly at Goma. Stay close enough so you stay locked on. Simplest way to do this. Eye goes red. There you go. Step. Collected 1 containers. Can't believe the Great Deku Tree is dead. So playing in 16:9, like, it is a game originally built for 4:3, and the pre-rendered backgrounds are the most obvious example of that. But there's going to be other visual glitches that happen. I think they're worth dealing with, because this game does look quite nice in 16:9. And I like just having the game fill up my screen. So I think you can all deal with it. Bro didn't get her own game on the Game Boy Color. The Sacred Triangles. The Sacred Triangles presumably made up out of... What do you think? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you could make them out of like 5 polygons each. Maybe 8. Wasn't for the Triforce being established way back in the original Zelda game, you might think the Sacred Triangles is some kind of funny joke about polygons. The Spiritual Stone of the Forest. It's a little weird thinking about it. There's like the 3 spiritual stones. One of the forest, one of fire, one of water. And it's like... Are those the elements? Fire, water, forest? Can't believe the Great Deku Tree is dead. Fun thing to do, walk into your place of work or education, the way Mido does. Ojo Clan Crap. I don't know, I would feel like... I feel like the weapons have always been more the symbols of the series rather than the Triforce. Like, Zelda 1 has the shield, Zelda 2 has the sword. Link to the Past has the sword and shield, and they kind of went with that. And then Majora's Mask started mixing it up a bunch. Mask, the boat, the wolf. Was it the wolf? No, Twilight Princess was Midna's Mask, I think. Nah. Let's go. Bum ba 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 bum. Bum ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum. Bum bum ba 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 bum. Goodbye. Alright, so I've done this game enough times that there's a specific way I like to do the opening that I consider like the most efficient. And it involves getting to Hyrule Castle before dark. Does it? Getting to the gate before dark. Because you can just make it to Hyrule Castle before dark if you do either the back step or the side jump. If you're running normally from Kokiri Forest to Hyrule Castle, you won't make it before nightfall. Okay, and then, very carefully, we walk across here. And get 60 rupees. And then we jump off. Well, that's not normally. Bila. I don't think that's true. Alright. So, don't need to worry about talking to Malin. That said, real quick. Get this dog's attention. You sure me it is? Mm-hmm. I think this is another one of Teek's patented lies. Is it this house? It is! Richard! Thank you. I've collected 1 pieces in total. There we go. Okay. But getting here and going in at nightfall also means that by the time... By the time we get to the castle, sun will have risen, which means it minimizes our waiting around. So it's important we get caught once. And now Malon's out here. She's legally distinct from Marin. Now I have an egg. So kind of her to offer me an egg in this trying time. How do I do this? Hold C up to equip. Alright, thank you. There we go. Okay, so then we got that. And now, by the time we get to the castle, it will be daytime, and the egg will have hatched. Like the sun's coming up now. Which means we don't have to wait around for the egg to hatch. How you doing, Zeke? Excellent. How's Baldur's Gate going? I would have been there to watch, but I had to be up earlier today. I had an appointment. Not that button. It's Talon and his anus. But instead you're watching me, staring at Talon's... I'm hoping that's like one of those butt flaps you have in overalls and not just like... diarrhea. The camera didn't work properly on that sequence. So, Teague, did anything catch your eye at the Summer Games Fest announcements? Making a sorcerer was a mistake, but that's why saves come into the thing. Remember, you can always lower the difficulty. And I won't think less of you for it. I think it's definitely an interesting point to go back to Baldur's Gate, because I imagine after people loved Baldur's Gate 3 so much, there were a lot of people like, I should check out Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. And then learn that, like, no, Larian made a game that is so much more accessible and broadly appealing than the original games. And also, like, Baldur's Gate 2 was over 20 years ago. Like, you don't go back to a CRPG that old lightly. But like, good on Beam, like good for Beamdog. With the enhanced editions, like way before Baldur's Gate 3 was even really a thing. You buying a Switch 2 for Ocarina of Time remake? Because if you are, I'll be very disappointed in you, Teak. That I will judge you for. Yeah, I watched the trailer for Castlevania Belmont's Curse that revealed both her name and the release date, and I was thinking while watching it, like, this would be such a stupid thing for people to get up in arms about a female Belmont, if they do. Because as a lineage that fought Dracula for literally centuries, of course there would have to be women who did it. I wanted to see what would happen. The results were unexpected, but not unpleasant. Yeah, I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic about the new Castlevania. Bearing in mind, it is the first original Castlevania in 14 years. I was happy that Crazy Taxi was coming back, but Sega turning around and being like, yeah, we're using generative AI for it is like, It looks like you're recycling a lot from the original game already. You're cutting more corners with AI. What else was there? There might have been a new Onimusha trailer, I didn't see one. Spyro, new Spyro. Godzilla remastered, that's nice. Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen was kind of surprising. But, like, I'm all for Capcom remembering that they have more than just Resident Evil and Street Fighter. I am getting tired of seeing the memes of people complaining that there isn't a new Devil May Cry game, though. It's like Devil May Cry 5. Happened and was good and was fun. But bearing in mind that we never expected Devil May Cry 5 to be a thing anyway. It really seemed like Capcom was just going to leave that. And now everybody's like, oh, we should have a new Devil May Cry game. It's like, should we? Can we be happy with what we have? We're getting a new Onimusha. There is some genuinely bold cinematography in this game. I wonder if we'll be able to see with the widescreen that this room only has what you can see from the window. No, we can't. Alright. Because, like, the only thing in this room is what you can see from the window. Out, like, past where the window can see, there's literally nothing. No floor, no wall. Yay, the letter from the princess. Money! My favorite thing about this is that guard there isn't even leaning, it's literally the model going. And I think that's really funny. Don't patronize me, Impa. Who is your favourite incarnation of Impa? Better. I feel like having a song consisting of 3 notes repeated as like the proof that somebody is connected to the royal family is a little bit silly. It is pretty cool seeing this game with a more dynamic camera. Alright, so several things we should do first. Ordinarily, I would have gone to Lon Lon Ranch first to get a bonus song and the bottle there. But because Ship of Harkinian has a couple of features, I want to do this first. Final Fantasy VII Revelation, still no interest in that after playing Rebirth. C3 Street Fighter 6 is interesting. I really expected if she was ever going to be in a fighting game, it would be Tekken. Like, she would have been a way better fit for Tekken 7 than Noctis. Like, if they were so set on having Noctis in one of their fighting games, it should have been Soul Calibur. A new Star Wars game's nice. It being tactical means that I'm probably never going to actually play it, unfortunately. Okay, so doing this has now opened the Happy Mask shop. Maybe it's a Gundam origin story. It'll just be about people, and then, like, right at the end of the game, you'll get into a Gundam, and they'll be like, what is that giant robot? And you'll be like, Gundam. And then the credits will roll, and Linkin Park will play. That's not what the trailer indicates. Good day, sir. You have a rather jagged chin. I feel like the thing with Alien Isolation 2 is that a follow-up to Alien Isolation isn't the worst idea. I think calling it Alien Isolation 2 is entirely because you don't trust the public to realize that it's a follow-up to Alien Isolation, which, in a franchise as broad as Alien, is very reasonable. They should have a better name for it, though. Perfect. Yeah, I question the value of the Cuphead sequel. Though it's fascinating that it is actually it's a Master System game, and they're launching, as far as I'm aware, an actual Master System version of it, which is kind of wild. That said, like, if they proceed with this and then make another game after that, it will prove more than anything else that Cuphead's visuals were entirely a gimmick to make it stand out. Which, like, for better or worse, I think is absolutely the case with Mouse PI for Hire. Like, the rubber hose style animation for that game really does seem like it's just a gimmick. Because the rest of the game, it's just the characters. The characters look like that. And the rest of the game world doesn't, and it's really a really odd disconnect. Yay! That is so weird. There are no soles to his feet. I don't think that should be the case. Like, that seems really odd. Yeah. The Last Ronin's an interesting project to get a video game adaptation. Not entirely surprising, but an interesting one. I think, curiously, it'll probably end up being the first Ninja Turtles video game that's based on a comic. Perfect. Eat the poem. Sure was nice of them to write, like, to scribble this on the tomb with the stanzas and everything. Bah, 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 bah. I will say, for my money, one thing I am kind of annoyed with in regards to this Ocarina remake, I feel like I feel like I'm kind of like, really done with being nostalgia baited. And maybe it is because I really didn't enjoy Rebirth. Who knows? I just... I don't see the point. I don't see the point of an Ocarina of Time remake. Should have used that one. Come here. I'm not falling for that. Like, if they did, like, an HD version of Ocarina 3D, I think there'd be merit to that. And, like, I don't want to just be, like, okay, I'm tired of Nintendo or whatever, but it does, like, the Ocarina of Time remake does feel like, in case of emergency, break glass. If you get what I mean. Well, oh, we don't really have anything going on for the Switch 2. Better announce the Ocarina of Time remake. I think the most surprising thing of it is, like, they show no gameplay footage of it. They show no indication of, like, what any of it'll be. There's not even anything from the game. Like, they're not even recreating a sequence from the game to put as a trailer. It's just a nothing trailer. But then the genuinely surprising thing is they were like, did they say releasing this year or next year? Like, either way, it's a really close release date. When, given how there was nothing really in that trailer, you would think, this is the announcement, and the release date is like 3 or 4 years away. Yeah. Like, maybe they had it in the works the whole time. Like, presumably they did. But maybe it's like Ocarina 3D, where it's like, they're building just on the original source code. And it's just going to have new graphics, and that will be the difference. I don't know. Maybe it is something they can turn around really quickly. I would have been surprised if of an announcement of a new Zelda game. Yeah, 2026, so like crazy. crazy for a release date the same year they announced it with a trailer that has nothing. And it's like, have they been working on it for a while, or is it something they only just started recently? Well, there's the thing, like, it doesn't have to be a port to be that kind of thing. Look at Halo Anniversary, where Halo Anniversary is still built on the original game engine. The original, if the game engine's still there, they use the original game engine, and they just slap a new coat of paint on it. That's a lot quicker and could explain the fast turnaround time with it. Whether it is that, we'll have to wait and see. I expect it to be the original game again. Given Ocarina of Time's history and heritage, and how important it is for the series, I would be very surprised if they do anything to change it, for fear of alienating anybody. I think if it was a different game, we could expect something different. But then look at, like, Link's Awakening. The Link's Awakening remake, which was very faithful, despite Link's Awakening not being anywhere near as beloved. And of course there's the Majora's Mask 3D remake, which they changed several things because it really seems like nobody at Nintendo really likes that game. But Teak, it's Ocarina of Time. I think regardless, like, I can't imagine they've had this in the work for an extended period of time. Like, I would genuinely be surprised if it's been in development for more than 2 years. Bum, bum. It's not going to convince me to buy a Switch 2. I don't... Like I said, I was considering buying a Switch 2 last week, the week before, for no good reason, honestly. And thinking about it, like, I barely use my Switch 1 in handheld. Like, I have the Switch OLED now. I've had the Switch OLED for a few years. And I barely use it in handheld because it's not a comfortable system. The Switch 2 being bigger with a worse screen, like, doesn't appeal to me. The fact that I'll have to buy accessories for it again doesn't appeal to me. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Played the wrong goddamn song. The fact that it requires a new specific kind of micro SD card bothers me. Like, I don't like that. Especially when micro SD cards are now more expensive than ever. Like, nah, none of that, thank you. If I can't transfer my Switch 1 micro SD card to my Switch 2, that's immediately a problem. Something I'll give credit to Sony for, I was able to transfer my external hard drive from my PS4 to my PS5. No issues. Swap the plugs over. That's very clearly not a bullseye. Now I can carry 50 seeds. What up, fuckers? Thank you, fuckers. Good. I should have done Saria's song first. I knew I should have gone to the Sacred Forest Meadow first. Perfect. Oh, I didn't get the Hylian shield from the graveyard. Completely forgot about it. Crazy. That's right, pussy. Yeah, new Sparrow being announced is kind of interesting. I was always hopeful we'd get a new Spyro after Crash 4 happened. And then, like, so much time went by, and Activision shut down Toys for Bob. And it really seemed like we weren't going to get one. That actually happening seems nice. The trailer isn't all that interesting, I don't think. But I'm interested in seeing where it goes. I learned Saria's song. Goodbye, Saria. Don't spit, Saria. That's right, regret your life choices. Oh. Yay! One thing I never understood with Ocarina of Time, and like to a lesser extent Majora's Mask, the bottles when Link has them in his hand, for some reason have like a really pointed bottom. And it's such an odd design detail. Because you'd think you'd just make it have a flat bottom. Like, you're not going to make it as detailed as, like, the actual item when you get one. Of course you're not. But it's weird that you don't just have them with a flat bottom. Yay! More health. It is weird with this mask salesman side quest that you're just like, hey, do you want to buy this mask? How much will you spend on it? And it's not just like, hey, do you want to buy this mask? It's this much. So, like, the guard gives you an extra 5 rupees, but then the Skull Kid gives you 10 less than its retail value. And it's like, why are we just letting that happen? Instead of being like, no, it's 20 rupees. I really hope in the Ocarina of Time remake they add jiggle physics to Darunia. I'm under the floor. Why don't you go into that cave full of monsters that we're too scared to go into and prove you're a real man? 10-year-old. But hey, you're a piece of shit, aren't you, Darunia? Alright, we have an ad coming up, so I guess we're going to run this ad. And then we're back, and we'll finish the Hat Mask Salesman bit. And get the bunny hood. And enjoy the bunny hood.
Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up! You have fucked up now! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up!
And we're back.
If he's so smart, how come he's dead?
Good question. Alright, so I got the Goron bracelet while we were in there so that we can blow this up without having to run all the way back up while we're here. Perfect. And backflip. Because by doing the backflip, you can get here without having to use the magic bean leaf. This was broken. Want to see a magic trick? Alright, let's go. Wee. Since I'll need to go to the graveyard anyway for the third mask, we can get the Hylian shield then. Do I have anything to spend my money on? No. No. I'll take this horrible looking thing. The spooky mask. Looks like Clem in the morning. He's coming right for us. Alright. Good. And because we have the quality of life improvement that lets us pull the graves open during the day. Yeah. And now we can go back, and because all the goal we have is just to get the bunny hood, not to sell it, because you can't sell the bunny hood to the running man until I think after you've done the 3rd dungeon. But you can get the bunny hood. And since all we're after is getting the bunny hood, we're basically there now. Yeah. Running with a knife. Running with a knife. They probably didn't anticipate that you'd be able to see that with the camera in this direction, the Kokiri sword is very clearly clipping into Link's face during his running animation. Probably shouldn't do that. Oh look, we're playing a Link to the Past. And now we get the bunny hood. And thanks to Ship of Harkinian's additional features, now we're faster. Just like Majora's Mask. Like I say, the amount of time and effort it takes to do this means that it's not worth it in the Ocarina Redux ROM hack. Because while it does give you double speed in that, you can only use it as a child. Ship of Harkinian giving you the ability to use it as an adult, I think really gives it the value it needs. So now we can do this for the rest of the game. Just like Majora's Mask. Just like John Wayne would have done. Okay, so I'm going to turn my camera this way. Bada bing. The way I used to do this as a kid to basically guarantee a win would be to grab all the cuckoos and throw them in the little space on the right there. And like, a couple of them would probably wander out by the time you're ready, but it would just end up being so much easier. Lon milk. In this game, you can get milk straight from the cow's teat. And then you can drink it. It's not pasteurized. Hello, Melon. This is Epona. Good old Bread 7. So, when you know that Malon teaches you Epona's song, it can be kind of frustrating trying to figure out how to get her to teach you the song. You have to talk to her 3 times, which leads to the invite to play the song with her. Always loved that bird's eye shot. Run! Little Easter egg you may not be aware of, if you play Epona's song to any cow in the game, that cow will fill up an empty bottle you have with milk. So, even if Talon did give us like properly prepared and pasteurized milk, you can just straight take it from cows, at which point it will not be particularly good for drinking by humans, but it's there. How valuable is the bunny hood like this? Well, as you can see, we can outrun horses. Right, now to finally continue with our quest. Questing, questing. Kind of like Majora's Mask, where, like, between Snowhead and Great Bay, there's so much you can do in terms of side questing, but then between Great Bay and Stone Tower, there's so much less. So you end up doing Snowhead and then spending ages doing side quests before you finally do Great Bay. And then you do Great Bay, and very soon after, you're basically just on the road to Stone Tower. In we go. The Dongo's Cavern. I always forget with this, like, whether I start by going left or right. Taking a second to reevaluate it, I realize I'm going right. Standing here, I realized I was going right. Thank you. Watch out for the baby dodongos. Good. Everything's going by so fast. Like, I think probably by the time we're doing the Forest Temple, the extra speed we'll have from having the Bunny Hood will have made up for the time spent obtaining the Bunny Hood. Right, run away, you pussy. Bitchin'. Hey, Panda. One, two, three. Everything's better when you can go faster. Frame rate on that camera swing was not what it should have been. How you doing, Panda? Drop. Perfect. Okay. Lining up. Thank you. 5 tokens. Free health. I always hated this room as a kid. Because the timing of this was always really annoying. I think I've gotten better at it. There we go. Watch out for the baby dodongos. Lizalfos. I don't like that they're invincible until they decide they're not. That's annoying to me. And it always has been. And now we get bombs. I got a bomb bag. A bomb bag. Now I can cause a terrorism. That's 1. And that's 2. Perfect. Let's go. Well, now you have to die. So the intended puzzle here is for you to move this block so you can push this block off here, to move it over here so you can push this block out of the way. That's the intended puzzle. Or you can just climb on top of this block. In we go. And just in case you don't have any bombs left, there's a chest here. With bombs. That's good game design. Ah! Oh lord, he coming. It's Climdadongo. There goes Climdadongo. Containers. Perfect. Link's gasping expression is because he's currently right at eye level with Darunia's dick. And Darunia swinging forward like that has immediately presented his dick to Link. So, if you've played Ocarina of Time before, I'm going to give you a really good demonstration of just how much faster you are with the bunny hood like this. There is drop-off on the slingshot? Wow, that's insane. I didn't think it'd reach all the way over there because it wouldn't in the original game, but I didn't realize there was any kind of drop-off with it. Anyway. You run fast enough to outrun the rocks that are supposed to fall on you. The Death Mountain Crater. Be a coward, Navi. Yeah. You can do this in the vanilla game just by jumping into the lava, which will reset you back at the entrance with full time. A sword technique. Yeah. Why does it have to be so high-pitched and shrill? Alright, let's go. And that is the intended method to get here, which gets us another heart piece. Another heart container. Whee. Six. There he is again. Oh, I know what I want to do with that, don't I? Thank you. Piece of heart. In we go to Zora's Domain. So it's a little early, but I think we'll run an ad now. While nothing's going on. And that will give us, I think, enough time to finish the rest of Child Link. And make a good start on Adult Link. That doesn't feel very fitting. We'll be right back. And we're back.
Rules of nature!
Alright. So, the first thing to do is talk to the Zora and play the diving game. There we go. And now we go back up. And we get the silver scale. And then we go down here. It's kind of crazy being able to see the entrance to the water temple from here. Alright, but there is something else I want to do before we keep going. Because there's a piece of heart we can get. Ah, crap. Oh, you know what? Real quick. So let me get that. I need a fish anyway. Yay! The bunny hood let me do it fast enough that the stick didn't burn up. And get one of these fish. Fun fact, if you're after getting money quickly and easily in this game, grab a fish and sell it to the beggar, who, as a child, is in Hyrule Castletown. And I think it's 100 per fish you give them. Excellent, don't it? And what about that? Jabu Jabu's such a weird shape. Like, I don't think you ever properly look at Jabu Jabu generally. Like, let's get a look at Jabu Jabu from the side real quick. Like, he's very large, but like way shorter than you would think he is. Well, I'm over here actually. He said while I'm over here actually. Perfect. I should get that as a sound alert. I'll forget that. Yep. Those are some, pointy titties. Burrow's Wind. Most people don't use it. It can have uses if you're creative with it, but it does require a little creativity to actually get any proper use out of it. So most ROM hacks, and I think this game, this version as well, offers the option of just making some adjustments to make it more useful. Oh, that's weird. Terrifying. There's a Let's Play channel I quite like called the Super Gaming Brothers. I caught that fish again, like I have that fish right now. That's wild. There's a Let's Play channel I quite like called Super Gaming Brothers, and when they did Ocarina of Time, they actually did make really interesting use out of Burrow's Wind. It was pretty cool to see. Because nobody uses Burrow's Wind. Don't be such a bitch, Ruto. Goodbye, Ruto. Hello, Ruto. He's smiling now. Yay. So Ruto makes a really good weapon to deal with these bubbles. Another gold sculpture. Like, if you get a little bit creative with the way you aim and throw Ruto, you can do some fun things with her as a weapon. I should switch back to the Deku shield. Very good. I've never seen her do that before. That was weird. Right, which direction? Excellent. Is that the Klim hazard? From Hyrule? That's where I am right now. How you doing, Klim? How was Dark Souls 2 yesterday? I got home from work, like, later than I would have liked generally anyway. And then I had to shower. And by the time I was done, you were done. I saw you die in the windmill twice from jumping off things. Then I had to go for a shower. So I left you on lurk. Yeah, it sounds like Dark Souls 2. Boomerang. Yeah, I know. I saw the thing about the concert and the gay stuff. I imagine you don't want to get into the gay specifics on stream, but I remember you telling me and Ali about the gay stuff. Did you beat the snake lady who has her head in her hand? Ah, yes, the gay stuff. Yeah, that's lesson prep, yeah. Your gay antics are nobody else's business. Did you see what I posted in the Shin Megami Tensei chat? Yeah, I don't remember if I ever did the chariot. I'm aware of it, I don't know if I ever did it. You say chariot fight to me, and in my head, like, all I'm thinking, though, is Guryon from Devil May Cry 3. There's the Macklin. Oh, the stream's dying. There we go. It looks like stream disconnected for a moment. And I wasn't notified of it this time, which is odd. My most recent post. That's right. I think I was scrolling through Instagram yesterday, and I came across... Was it Instagram? No, I was going through the old meme posts on the Discord, and I came across, like, the comparison of Nocturne's battle theme and Strange Journey's battle theme. I was like, I really do want to play Strange Journey again. So I set up a theme for it. I like blitz through the entire opening to get to gameplay footage to decide which screen layout would be the best. And set up the layout. I'm quite happy with it. So I might just do Strange Journey after Paper Mario. Which I hope you look forward to. Given that you did end up quite enjoying Nocturne. And, like, bear in mind, Strange Journey is the game that got me into Shin Megami Tensei to begin with. I say that. Digital Devils... Devil Survivor. Devil Survivor was my first. And then Strange Journey really, like, pulled me in. And, like, even got me into enjoying dungeon crawlers, which was the crazy part, because I didn't enjoy dungeon crawlers before that. Now, I really enjoy a good dungeon crawler. Yeah, this fight sucks. Fortunately, 2 jump attacks. All you need. Goes down like a bitch. Yeah. So I'm super excited about the idea of doing Strange Journey. I know Flame's excited about it. No, I've checked it like several times in several different versions. It is 2 jump attacks. The real issue I find is like chasing him around, or like trying to run around to be fast enough to catch the other side. It's really awkward and finicky. Yay! Oh, the Slugma things? I always think of Slugma when I think of those fire monsters. Oh, you mean the fire dance, the flare dancers? Yeah. Baronade. Here we go. It's kind of wild to me how many phases this boss has. Because, like, they all go by really quickly, and, like, they're not really separated by, like, cutscenes or real transitions like you might expect. But they are all basically different phases. There we go. So how you doing, Clem? Three containers. Hungry. Hi, Hungry, I'm Mecha.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. No. In my chat, for my sound alert, you type God. The Zora Sapphire. You got very pointy titties for someone who's supposed to be a child. Maybe Nintendo needs to be investigated. That's fine, I'm gonna go into the woods and die when this adventure's over. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba. Fuck you crazy bitch. Meow. Woo. So it's interesting that you can grab the pieces of heart with the boomerang, but not with the hookshot. It is weird. It's an odd one. Yeah, I'll be here. Hasn't been 3 hours yet, so I'll be here. Enjoy the stream. Why not put on some pants? You'll enjoy the stream even more if you put your dick away. Bum, 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 ba da da bum, bum, ba da 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 dun, da dun. Yes. You notice how big Ganondorf's ears are? Look at those fucking things. That's why Zelda got away. You've got too much wind resistance. Yeah. Oh, I absolutely got that. Yay. I got the Ocarina of Time. Yeah. The Song of Time. Did you know if you check the back alleys at this specific point in the game, you can find this soldier dying? And now he's just dead. And it's like, No, no. He's dead. He's not moving anymore. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's right, I admire them pointy titters. Really? You always thought the post shop was, the post shop person was a woman? I never got that sense. If I was going to assume it was any guard, I would more likely assume the guard who guards the gate. Or I think there is a guard actually in that gatehouse. In Child Time. I would assume it's that guard. In Adult Time. Bastards. It probably is. One thing I do think is genuinely an improvement in Ocarina 3D. The design of the Temple of Time looks so much better. Because, like, they add some more columns and archways to the sides, and it looks really grand. And I really like it. I think it's one of the few places in the game where there is actual architectural changes, and it's really nice. Pray. To me. They pray to me. I don't know, like, there's the possibility that this place is just kind of abandoned. It just exists on the outskirts of Hyrule Castle Town. See, this has always been funny to me, because, like, this has always been really visible. Even in the N64 version. But, like, there are visible walls to the side here until you get close enough, and then those walls disappear. And it's always been visible, even in the N64 version. The Master Sword. I noticed it as a kid. And I always thought it was really weird. I didn't understand what the reason for it was. I just always thought it was weird. I don't think I even noticed the back. Just that there's walls on the side. Here we go. I'm guessing you didn't catch Zelda then? Is it because of those ears? Were they slowing you down? Welcome in, Lena. Yeah, that's what I said, but you were gone, Clem. You were getting food. Welcome in, Lena. Panda. Raru. I am Raru. Raru. It's this guy. Okay. No, I don't think Ganondorf uses it specifically to get around, but I do think that it takes him longer to get around because of them. Yeah. While Navi's flying up and down like that, she is just very quickly checking underneath the tunic and seeing Link's Sword of Time. There is an option to hide the bunny hood as an adult, and I decided not to have it active. The King of Evil. When the power of the sages is awakened, we'll give you a gun, and you can go and shoot Ganondorf. Here is the first piece of your gun. The Light Medallion. And now I'm back. Let's go kick some ass. Deep forest, high mountain, vast lake, house of the dead, and goddess of sand. I'm going to go inside a goddess of the sand. Lovely jubbly. I'm Sheik, survivor of the Sheikas, and it's like... it's like being a human called Hugh. I get what you mean. Like, maybe the same theme in a different key. Maybe just not, maybe just not on the harp. I don't like that they've moved my ocarina. It's like, okay, I can't use the boomerang or the slingshot anymore. Cool. I can still use the ocarina. It was in this position. Bum ba 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 dum ba ba na ma dum ba ma na ma dum ba ma na ma dum da 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 da. Wow. Wow. What's up, fucker? Do I want to ride one of your fine horses, or do I want to ride your stable girl? Yeah, bitch. Let's go, bread. Meow, 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 meow. Whee. Alright, I'm tired, I want to leave. Yo, dick face. Yes. Yo, dick face, I want to go back in. I remember I had the official guide for this, and the official guide is like, hey, ride one of the regular horses the first time. And then ride Epona the second time, and it's like, why? Just ride Epona. Whee. Yeah! Yo, sloppy nuts. Let's go. Faster, Epona. Eat my dick. So my notification tone at the minute is the Final Fantasy VII chocobo noise, which I see him unnaturally fast. I'm just that good. Which, in, like, the chocobo noise in all other Final Fantasies is, like... It's written as quack. In Final Fantasy VII, it's written as walk. And, like, what if I replace that with Ingo going, walk? I'm so good at horseback riding. Oh no, a fence. We just pull out a bomb. Let's go, Epona. Jumping off the sides is so much easier than the front as well, because the front can be really fucking awkward. I say that as I do it perfectly, because, you know, I'm just really good at this. Oh no, what the fuck was that? Yes. But that wasn't a ramp painted to look like stairs, it was a bridge. You look like you're good at handling cock. Wait a minute, how is the cuckoo not... No, the second stoppage was me, I did that. Because I know Epona won't go up the stairs. Hello. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, it's like, how does she know the cuckoo is unhappy when the cuckoo hasn't hatched? It was really clean, wasn't it? No, it won't do that for you. I think they don't... I think the way they want you to do it is to come back with the long shot to skip that final bit. Hello. Am I in your face? Back then, a mean kid with a huge dick played a song. Wouldn't it be great if I didn't have to do this again? Hmm. Wouldn't it be nice? You know, I should just put the ocarina in the bottom slot. There we go. There's something else I can think of that does that. Or it's like you've got to do it twice to get both rewards, and I can't think what it is. There's the beavers in Majora's Mask, where you race them once for a bottle, and then the second time for a piece of heart. But that ends up being 4 races, because you have to race the young beaver, then the older beaver, and then to get the bottle, and then the young beaver, and then the older beaver for the piece of heart. I'll give you a rare, valuable cuckoo if you're interested. It was my brother's. It's like, lady, what kind of weird scam are you running? It was my brother's. He was an absolute cunt. It probably tastes nice if you remove its feathers, cover it in batter, and deep fry it. Yeah, that's the wrong button. I can't believe that didn't work. There's no reason that shouldn't have worked. I was right there. God damn it, the wrong fucking button again. Motherfucker, I'm Chrono. Identity thief. Well, we do this now, because, like, having opened up... I think he's dead, my dear. Like, having opened up the shortcut to the Lost Woods, like, this is the fastest way to the Lost Woods anyway. To my friend, other Chrono of the Gorons. It's like, you can go to the Lost Woods from Goron City, and then to Zora's Domain from the Lost Woods. Like, you could very reasonably just do Fire Temple, Forest Temple, Water Temple. I don't don't think you actually need the bow to finish the fire temple. Bum, 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 bum. You do need the bow to finish the water temple. I think for the fire temple, you just need the hookshot to get in there. Where the fuck am I? There we go. Shut up. There is a switch in there that uses it, but it's not required. Like, it opens up a door, but it leads just to the map. Run, bitch! Whee! Bum 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 bum. Opponent, I'm over here now. Shit. This is a little awkward, though, because the potion shop is going to be closed. Try again. Guy's in the way. And the hookshot doesn't have the range for it. Can I get in through this side? Hey, bug. Yes, it is. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty impressive, aren't I? ES Club. Probably not, no. Mostly because, like, I don't really enjoy the Gerudo training grounds. But yeah, Ship of Harkinian does run really nicely. I've got it set to run at 60 FPS right now. You can set the cap higher, I could set it lower. I could set 20 for authenticity. I won't. Yeah, like, the idea of getting the ice arrows early, not a bad idea. Yeah, there's the animation with Bongo Bongo for them. The issue with it, really, in my opinion, is that it requires, like, so much from, like, so many specific items to complete. So you need to have done most of the game to get there anyway. What up, you creepy bitch? Only his saw, not even his pants. He Chick-fil-A'd him. What is it you're after, Clem? Back off. This yours? A broken Goron sword. Like, why did this man have a sword? He's a carpenter. Why did he have a sword? And, like, in particular, why did he have a sword as big as the Biggoron sword? Bum ba da da da. Ba da da da. I do find it really funny how, like, despite the increased frame rate, the horse moves. Like, it's not even just Epona. Like, you see it on the horse Zelda and Emperor riding, and the horse Ganondorf was riding. Like, their movements are so jerky. at this frame rate. And it's weird, because, like, it's not anywhere near as obvious on anything else. I think my best assumption with the broken sword would be that maybe it was old. I don't know. It's weird that he refers to it as his big Goran tool. As like, was he using it as like an actual tool? Perfect. Excuse me, sir, your eyes look like sphincters. Who wants to live forever? Hey, you rescuing my family yet? Yeah, whatever. Bitch. Fuck off. Suck my dick. Yeah, his eyes don't become irritated until you have the broken Biggoron sword. Like, it's a very specific thing. They're only irritated after you've got the Biggoron sword. There was an eruption the other day, and it really irritated my eyes. Like, buddy, I was here 5 minutes ago. We're fine. What kind of fucking con are you running on me? Wee. Climb it. Wee. 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 Ice cavern. Ice cavern. Yeah. Well, it's one reason why I think it's important to have 3 bottles. With 3 bottles, you have enough for everything you'll need blue fire for. Fun fact, in the 3DS version, you can't recapture bugs. There's like, you want to do the gold sculpture hunting, so you want to put bugs into the soft soil. So you put the bugs down, you recapture them, because every time you catch a bug, it'll drop 3. Recapture the bugs. And then, like, you can go through all the soft soil without having to do any screwing around. Ocarina 3D changed it so you can't recapture the bugs. Yeah, I never get the 4th bottle because of that. It's not worth the trouble. I have straight up never gotten the 4th bottle. Never. Like, it's not even just that it isn't worth it. Like, getting all the big Poes is such a pain in the ass. And it's like, meanwhile, 6 bottles in Majora's Mask. None of them are that much of an issue. I think the most annoying bottle in Majora's Mask is the one where you've got to guide the Gravekeeper in the dark. And it's annoying, it's a little frustrating, but it takes like 5 minutes. Okay, so drop 1 here. Well, I mean, there's a reason I keep recommending Ship of 2 Harkinian for you. Like, I'll be playing it after this, most likely. I'm probably not going to do a different Zelda game first. It's like, you can look at it and decide whether or not you think it's worth your time. Why is there a compass in this place? I forget what I set up mine as, but again, it's something we can look at. Because I started this stream... You fucking prick. I started this stream like, this is what I've got the settings set to. So you can know what I've got and how it's gonna go. I can do that with that. I'll probably be here. I'm probably gonna do the, all of the big Goron sword quest before I do the forest temple anyway. Certainly do all the big Goron quest before I call it for the day. I can do with the rest of the dungeons next time, like, easily. If I decide to call after this. You know what? No messing around. There we go. I think I only need this one more time. 2 if I decide to thaw out the shop. But, let's get 3 more. Worked. Ah, I forgot about this one, so it was definitely worth it getting more. Good work. But what's in the chest? We'll have to find out after the break.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees...
And we're back.
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride.
Yay. We meet again, Chrono. Thought I told you to go to the forest. I don't want to reflect on myself. What, the white wolfos? Yeah, I killed it in one hit. Clem, has Danny taken over your account? Being funny and clever. Were you, though? Ba-da-da-da. You can't breathe underwater. Thanks, Navi. You know what? I said that, like, the fast block pushing and the fast, like, ladder and vine climbing were, like, probably one of my favourite changes that you can make with this. Now that we're here, I feel like my favourite may actually be fast iron boots. Ah, drops. Can I make it before they spoil, he says. Also, yeah, bitch. wants to live forever. Ba-ba-ba-da-dum. Fuck it. I wonder if using the bunny hood is actually faster than using Epona. I'm pretty sure I would make it, but I don't want to have to climb around the fence. Yeah, because I have to go around the side bit there, otherwise. Yeah, I've got like a minute left. Let me just park my horse. Hello. You're a strange man. This medicine doesn't have any preservatives in it, as a fuck you. Go! Bum ba dum ba da. You can eat my ass. I'd have to do a proper comparison to determine whether or not the speed boost from the bunny hood is actually faster than Epona. But looking at it like this, I don't think it is. Which is good, because like it leaves Epona with some actual value. Which is nice. Well, if we're going like off the same speed increase as Majora's Mask, I don't think Majora's Mask made Epona faster. And I think Epona is faster than Bunny Hood in Majora's Mask. Meow. Bitch. What a wonderful day for a volcanic eruption. If I can see them coming, I can dodge them. Bastards. Bastards. Hello, sphincter eyes. Imagine how tiny that bottle is in his hand. My work is not very consistent. Yeah. Just stare him in the eye for 3 days straight. You haven't moved, he hasn't moved, and then at the end of the 3 days, he just gives you the sword. He's got his titties covered, Clem. Like a bastard. Give me the fucking sword. Cunt. Now I am all offense. 0 defense. Set the mountain on fire. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Meow. Okay, I trust you. And then, like, immediately after he says that, I kick him in the dick so hard that he literally hits the ceiling of these tunnels. Then everybody's happy forever. Bitch. 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 Eat a dick, ya bitch. Wee. Man, that's so nice. Let's go. Wee. Can't believe Sari is dead. Have you ever watched the Something About series by Terminal Montage? He's been doing something about Ocarina of Time for quite a while, for several years now. Every now and then he puts out a new one. And like the first part was the child section, and then the second part was the forest temple, and then the third part was the fire temple, and so on and so forth. And the running thing with that is every time Sheik appears out of nowhere, Link reacts violently because it's constantly startling. And so Sheik is just constantly in pain because Link is beating the shit out of him. Because he's always startled by his appearances. And it's kind of funny. The Minuet of Forest. Now I'll put this back in my bum. Goodbye. What a fucking weirdo. Ew. How to do the forest temple super fast. I will say the bunny hood is actually making doing like the precise movements a little trickier. But that's why we keep it on one of the buttons. A key! My favourite thing about being adult Link. Just doing that. Super cool. I think this main hall going dark as the Post Sisters steal the flames is a really underrated detail. Like, it's kind of crazy just how much atmosphere this Nintendo 64 game has. All offense, all the time. Relentless aggression. Gonna murder your mama. I'm gonna find your mama. Turn her into a pole. This way. That's weird. Because I have it set so... Yeah. So it skips the replay to go faster. But it's not doing that with the Song of Time. Which is curious. That makes me think that doing that with the Song of Time breaks something. Like, it's probably scripted timing when the blocks disappear. The man. Who's laughing now, you son of a bitch? Am I missing a key? No, I've got a key. Excellent. So, fun fact, for some reason, in Ocarina 3D, which is genuinely a really good version of this game to play. Like, I will openly admit I prefer the original N64 version, mostly out of nostalgia than anything else. With, like, one or two nitpicks here and there on the 3DS version. Like, the Ocarina 3D is a really good version to play. For some reason, the threshold for doing that roll to prevent you, from taking damage when you fall from a big height, the threshold on it is way lower. So most jumps that you make in this game that you'll roll out of to avoid taking damage, you'll take damage in the 3DS version, and I have no idea why. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Thank you. I wonder what these blocks are made of. Slate. You think they're hollow? It's like Link's pushing them at this huge size with no real assistance. Like, he doesn't still wear the Goron bracelet. And the Goron bracelet probably wouldn't add that much anyway. So it seems to be, like, entirely him. Whee. Thanks, Navi. Thanks, Navi. Or they're, like, maybe hollow. Who knows? Bitch. Wanna know where he got the gloves? Probably the same place he got the tights and the earring. We just have to assume that Raru is like maybe overstepping boundaries. The bow. Yeah, bitch. Which way did I come in? Alright, you spooky bitch. Bow down to the bow now? Yeah, now? Boom. Who was that? Joelle? Jolie. It's Joelle, Amy, Meg, and I can never remember the other one. And you can be like, oh, but it's Beth, there you go. You'd be like, oh, but it's based on Little Women. They're all named after the Little Women characters. And it's like, I've never read that. The most I know of Little Women is when Moe's reading to the people in the homeless shelter. Wait, man. Manly man. The compass. Not your mom's ass. The compass. Meow. Watch out for the shadow of your mom hanging from the ceiling. Like, thanks, Navi, my mom's dead. No, we have to go back. Then we have to go back. Backflip. Wee. Wee. Boom. And now the corridor is heterosexual. The boss key. Not what I was after, but thank you. Later, fuckface. Woot. Wee. Is this good commentary? I don't fucking care. Oh no! Damn it. That would have happened if I wasn't wearing the bunny hood. But I refuse to take it off. Just so darn stylish. But why would we want to marry our cousins? Because they're just so darn attractive. Why is that, Glenn? Why would I use the red tunic over the green tunic? Why would I use the red tunic over the blue tunic? Meow. Perfect. But I'm not in Fire Clem. And does it look better? I don't think it does. It's funny that you have a block maneuver. It's funny that you have a block maneuver with the big iron sword, because it doesn't do shit. You see, Clem, I'm a green man. If you check all my previous playthroughs of Ocarina of Time, when I don't need to be using, like when I'm done with the fire temple and when I'm done with the water temple, I go back to the regular tunic. Because that's what I like. Run. I'm okay with that. Slim. Right now I'm using the bigger iron sword when it would be far more practical to use the Master Sword. Jump. Jump. Wonder if I could get away with doing the water temple without using the Zora tunic. right in the eye. Butterfly in the sky. You just got shot in the eye. Why is the ladder over here? I feel like the longest consecutive portion you need to use the Zora tunic for in the water temple is the first time. I suppose it depends on how much health you have as well. This puzzle, I don't generally understand the point of. Because if you fail it, they just give you more time. Like, they flip the blocks around, and then give you more time. Like, there's no reward for finishing it within the first run. And there's no penalty for failing to finish it in the first run, so I don't understand the purpose. Which one's this? This Amy? Amy. Come along. Man, I wish I had silver arrows. Like, shooting these 4 times each, just kinda tedious. 5 times? Amy Akko? Three is number 1. Yeah. One thing I respect with the original game, yeah, is like, the camera could be a real problem in this fight. But it isn't. And I really respect that. That's good design. What I should do, though, is switch back to the Master Sword for this fight. Love it. 16! Let's go. I also like that this hallway gets a little bit of a visual change in Ocarina 3D. There's paintings on the walls, which I think looks quite nice. Like, visually, Ocarina 3D is really nice. Oh, your ace just got bigger, huh? That's rough, buddy. So, Mecha's pro tip of the day. Stand on one of these Triforces, and even if you miss Ganondorf, even if you miss Phantom Ganon, when he jumps out of the portrait, his attack will never hit you. It's a really easy fight for several reasons. One of which is that. It's really just a little tedious. Because the tennis section, I think, is way more finicky than fighting regular Ganon. Possibly because you're way closer to him. But I've always had a harder time, like, timing it than regular Ganon. That might also be it. Alright, I'm gonna test the theory I have right now. Alright. Yeah, so my theory was, like, just get closer. Thank you, Clint. Yeah, the Ganons are all slightly askew because they're not... They're 3D. And they're not, like, running up the paintings. I think if the paintings themselves were, like, small 3D tunnels, it wouldn't be as blatantly obvious. But even on N64, like, if you're stood at one of the sides, you can turn and see, like... Say I'm stood here, and Phantom Ganon's running down here. You can see that he's a 3D model. And I think, like, if these were little tunnels, rather than flat paintings, that would have been much harder to make out. Yeah, but like, fuck Destiny. Like, I'm not saying we need to bang Saria, but like, we can still be friends and hang out. Destiny doesn't get to say that we can't. Whew. Like, can you imagine, like, getting knocked over and screaming, but then hitting the ground and continuing to scream? Long ago. Yep. Her only choice was to entrust her child to the Great Deku Tree. The Great Deku Tree could sense this was a child of destiny whose fate could affect the entire world. So he decided, I will not let this child turn into a Stalfos right now. That's right, you have to go and bang Naboru. Bastards. Meow. Meow. Wee. Wee. I think it's weird with the Kokiri. Yeah, I want to go Kakariko first. I think it's weird with the Kokiri that they're not that they're like, oh, we don't recognize you, but more like they're not like, what are you doing in the forest? Like, you're not a Kokiri, why are you in the forest? I just keep leaving Epona over there. Bastards. Bastard. Ba-ba-da-bow, 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 ba-ba-da-bow. Give me $20. Right. Yeah. 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 First try. Now I can make the lady's big quiver. Thank you, Clem. Meow. Honestly, if you're playing the N64 version, it is genuinely difficult because the dead zone on the N64 analog stick is completely different. Like, it's completely different to like any controller that came after it. Go back and use the original controller. Like, go back, use the original controller on original hardware. It is actually, like, a lot easier to do if you play the 3DS version, because the 3DS version has the option of gyro. And, like, the gyro aiming is really good. Yeah, it's probably not exact. Like, the dead zones probably aren't exact, because the N64 analog stick is, like, when it's new, is way stiffer than anything else you've ever used. Except your dick when you look at pictures of pornography. I do really like the Bolero fire. Nano, 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 nano. Bum. Nano, nano, bano, bano, bum. Brano, nano, brano, nano, bum. Bum, dum, 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 dum. You learned the Bolero fire. It's been a long day without you, my friend. I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Ow. Oh. Would you look at that? If I go in here, I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna end it here anyway. I don't want to go into that room because it'll set off the cutscene with the Runia, but we can't go into any other room. I'm genuinely curious how far into the fire temple we can get before the timer pops up. Crazy. So yeah, that's going to do it for us today. We've made good progress. I think next time we will finish it. So, what is this? Fire temple, water temple, we've already done the ice cavern. Bottom of the well, shadow temple, spirit temple, Ganon's tower. And there's not really anything else I'm intending to do with the game. Like, I'm not going to do the horse trials. And depending how I feel, maybe I will do the Gerudo training grounds. The last time I did it was when I did the game for Let's Play. And before that, I hadn't done it in like 20 years. Listen, you can't come in here and call Malon a whore. I just won't put up with that. Not acceptable behaviour, Clem. graceful. Yeah, before the Let's Play, it would have been like 20 years maybe since I'd done the Gerudo training grounds. Like, it's not worth it. The ice arrows have no real contributions to the game. I think, like, if the Gerudo training ground was more fun to go through, it might not be a bad thing. But, like, as it is, it's just like, Ba-da-ba-ba-da. But yeah, that's going to do it for us today. Well, there's the thing of, like... I don't remember if you need the hover boots for it. Like, you might, I forget. Because, like, you don't get to... You don't get the Nocturne of Shadow without having done the Water Temple. I'd have to either, like, look through my Let's Play archive or just do it again. Like, you'd really be going out of your way to get the ice arrows early enough that they have any value to anything. It's like how far out of my way I had to go to get the bunny hood. Like, when I did. So what do we got? I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thanks to everybody in chat as well as best part of the stream. Who we have? Flame, Teak, Clem, Bug, Lino. Lino was here. Thank you so much for joining me. Keep company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. The Legend of Sundays will continue next Sunday with the conclusion of Ocarina of Time. Pretty sure I can finish this next time. I could finish this time, we'd just be going longer. But I don't need to prove that. I did that before. I proved before. With that 9-hour stream that I can do this in one sitting. Which was wild. It's crazy I think back on that. And, like, we didn't even have a break during any of that. I sat in place like 9 hours and just played it start to finish. It's insane. Wouldn't want to do that again. But something good came out of it. Lino joined the stream. That's a positive. So yeah, more Ocarina of Time, the conclusion of Ocarina of Time next Sunday. Pretty sure the Zelda game we'll be doing after this will be Majora's Mask on the 2-ship 2 Harkinian recomp port. Not sure where I'm going to slot in any of the handheld games, because I'm not doing this by release year. If I was, Link's Awakening would have come before this. Handheld games will be an interesting experience, because I've never finished any of the Game Boy ones. Never finished Link's Awakening, Oracle of Ages, or Oracle of Seasons. Uh, 7 Years of Mecha-Chrono continues with Dark Souls 3. Not sure how far from the end we are of the main game, but we still have both DLCs to do anyway. So it's going to go on for a little bit longer. Once that's done, we'll go back to Paper Mario for the Year of RPGs, and after that, I am genuinely debating finally doing Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey. I did want to do an SMT game for the Year of RPGs anyway, I was just not sure which one to do. The Strange Journey feels like a good option. Persona 3 I definitely want to save for Chad's being available since it's his favourite game, his favourite SM. It's not his favourite SMT, it's his favourite Persona, but it's not his favourite SMT because that is Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2. But it's his favourite Persona. Persona 4 I definitely don't want to do now that Persona 4 Rerun, Persona 4 Repeat has been given like a release date and more details or whatever. I want people to think I'm doing it because of that. There's the option of Persona 1, but I am on record as generally not enjoying Persona 1. I want to do it off stream before I do it on stream. See like whether or not I feel like I will sit through the whole thing. The Strange Journey feels like a good choice, like a damn good choice. Because like I think ultimately it probably comes down to that or Soul Hackers. I think I'm going to go with Strange Journey. Which is a great game. It's a game that got me, like, properly into the series. Because, like, saying Devil Survivor got me started is one thing, saying it got me into the series is something else. Because Devil Survivor is very much a spin-off, where while Strange Journey is technically a spin-off, it is much closer to what mainline SMT really is. And it got me into Dungeon Crawlers. I very much look forward to that. Let's have one more sound alert. Excellent. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So, there's not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching, have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and yeah, we'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.